Thank you so much, Sierra. Good morning to the Douglas County Board of Commissioners and the citizens of Douglas County. Today is Monday, August 1st, 2022, and welcome to our 10 a.m. virtual Zoom work session for today. I'll call the meeting to order and I'll start with roll call. I'll start with District 3 Commissioner Tarina Carpin.
Present.
District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider.
Present.
District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III.
Present.
Vice Chairman and District 2 Commissioner Kelly Robinson. It's my understanding he'll be joining us momentarily. He has some technical difficulty. Ramona Jackson Jones, Chairwoman, Board of Commissioners present. Board of Commissioners, we do have an established quorum this morning. Okay, we're going to move on. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up for public comment this morning?
Good morning, Chairman. Yes, ma'am. We had Ms. Sharon Bachtel sign in this morning. Ms. Bachtel, are you on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Before you begin, I'll just remind you, you have 3 minutes to address the board. Once your 3 minutes are up, I'll let you know to go ahead and close out your comments. So if you could just restate your name and your subject matter, and you can begin. Thank you.
All right, thank you. This is Sharon Bachtel. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My topic is taxes. I will start with the SPLOST. When the commissioners voted to divide up the SPLOST money into percentages instead of projects, I thought slush fund. Why are the projects such a secret? Why are the citizens' input being shut out? Why can't we see the list until after you have voted on it? But just because you have a list doesn't mean you will follow that list. In the 2016 SPLOST, we saw projects that were on the original list, such as Winston Park, pushed down to the bottom and not done. Meanwhile, money was spent on new items that were added, such as $87,500 for a pre-design for a library, the purpose being advertising. No one in 2016 voted on a library. When did the library director come forward to say that our county needs another library? Where are the numbers showing that the libraries are so overwhelmed that they cannot handle the customers? Most of the books are loaned out electronically nowadays. There are not many actual books in the libraries. According to statistics, 95% of the people in Douglas County own computers. The need for a brick and mortar library has gone down. Many times, Commissioner Mitchell has commented about SPLOST building products, adding salaries and expenses to the budget. A library will do just that. My property taxes are high enough. I cannot afford increases in my property taxes to pay for a library. T-SPLOST was mentioned at the last meeting. My question is, will our county receive any funds from the infrastructure bill that was passed in November? Our state received $9 billion to fix the roads. Are the counties being shut out of these funds? Now I want to talk about property taxes, since you will be doing budgets and millage rates soon. We recently received our tax assessments. Mine went up 20%. The commercial assessments went up also. When you raise commercial taxes, those increases are passed on to the consumers. Landlords can pass increases on to their renters. Regular homeowners have no one but themselves. If my assessments went up 20% and you are receiving extra income from sales tax, there is no reason for me to be paying that 27% increase on the millage rate. The taxpayers have seen you waste that 27% increase on Facebook upkeep, first-class airline tickets, expensive hotels and meals at bars, and raises for your aides, while we are struggling to buy milk and bread and gas. You did not need that 27%. You just wanted funds to spend on yourselves, while our parks and roads still look like crap. The citizens are facing 9.1% inflation, a recession, and an increase in our federal income tax. We can't afford the taxes you are taking. We need a rollback on our millage rate because we need our money more than you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bachtel. I would like to ask if there are any other citizens that would like to speak this morning.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you?
This is Lisa Sykes. My husband, Rocky Sykes, is the one who's actually going to speak. We are homeowners on Pine Drive, where they are parallel to the Trayton home development. And
Okay.
we've been trying to get in touch with the commissioners with no avail.
If you can just give me 1 second. If you could just restate your name when I get finished, and just as a reminder, you have 3 minutes to address the board. And once you address the board, once your 3 minutes are up, I'll let you know to wrap up your comments. So if you could go ahead and just restate your name, and you can go ahead with your comments.
Were we not on the calendar? You were calling on people to speak. Were we not on the calendar? Was Lisa Sykes or anybody with Pine Drive not on the calendar?
I did have Lisa Sykes. I'm sorry.
Oh,
but,
okay. I thought you said
yeah.
she was. Okay. All right. Well, this is Rocky Sykes. And the reason we're having to go through this right here is because we can't get any response back from our commissioner. So we had to move past that. And we have a situation with the Trayton Homes development that, it's causing our property values to go down. It's causing we can't even sit outside. All we hear is constant banging. And we're outside now, and I don't know if you can hear it in the background. Can you hear it? If you can hear it, I know you can't respond, but that's what we hear every day is the constant banging. So apparently they ran into runoff over there, a lot of it. And this should have been considered, because we told them and told the commissioners that it was all rock over there. So they should have took that in consideration, because, there's a sound ordinance that we need to be, looking at. We've got our house up for sale, and for 6 months,
Mr. Sykes, you seem to be cutting out. I will ask for everyone else to mute their mics so that we don't have any interference.
We cannot hear.
Yeah, we cannot hear him, Lisa.
Mr. Sykes, we can't hear you.
all right, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, she's handed me the telephone now, so I'm not sure if I'm coming through a different line or what.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you.
I can't hear you now is the problem. Yeah, okay. All right. Well, the situation's also the Devil's Triangle. Can you hear me? I just need to know if somebody can hear me.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. So the Devil's Triangle is what we call the entrance to our road. It's a concrete median that now we've got a lane of traffic that's wide open all the way across 92 to make it even worse than it was before. There's numerous. We've brought that to the attention of the commissioners, and now we're adding another entrance to the subdivision. So we got all that construction going on. And I found out today that apparently it's in the city. It's at the end of Westmoreland. Now, they're also on the stream that feeds into the lake. So I think what we should really start looking at is the water that everybody has to have. And we need to start protecting our streams. I thought there was regulations involved where you'd stay 25 foot from any waterway whatsoever. Well, now, like I said, they've destroyed 2 of them. And there's photographs before, there's photographs after. If anybody wanted to see those or cared, we would be happy to provide those for you. But, we really feel as though that we're being let down. The commissioners are not responding. And Mr. Robinson, I don't know why. My wife has email. I have email. And it's my understanding that there has been some communication with maybe some of the other homeowners, but we're just a small community that's been here for many years, and this lake's been here for probably longer than most of us here. So we're just trying to protect what we got. You know, in the beginning, there was supposed to be a fence up with this project, and the fence, you would think, would be the first thing to go up to buffer us from having to see and hear, and you know, you can't even wash your car. We got dust from this thing that blows across here. When we didn't have any rain, you couldn't go 2 days without having your car covered with red dirt. So nobody's following up, and I don't know if because somebody's shorthanded, and I know the county puts it off on WSA puts it off on the state, and right now we're just trying to take what we pay taxes on. And the commissioners have been involved. Y'all been involved since the beginning. So we have seen nothing to enforce what we agreed on. We agreed on water samples. It should be in the minutes. We agreed on water samples for the lake because we had the blue-green algae. We never heard anything back from that. Now we continue to have the problem. And now it's made its way all the way to the end of the lake. So we need somebody to get involved, stay involved, and care. Just care, and try and get something done. Because if you just turn your back to it, these developers are going to come in here and rape every resource we got, and then turn around and leave. They don't care. We still got to stay here. So,
Mr. Sykes?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask if you could please wrap up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, I just like to close and say that, you know, there's a reason that we have these approvals when they start, and there's a reason why we come up with, you know, putting up the fence and, you know, the sound, the light, you know, the condition of our water. So if somebody would please get involved, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Sykes, and thank you so much, Mrs. Thatcher. Mr. Sykes, certainly I know, I just want to just say respectfully to you, I serve on both boards, the Board of Commissioners and the Board for WSA, and I have had conversations with our Executive Director and also the Deputy Director about the lake, and we talked about, I actually met with them last week about the lake. So I would be willing to sit down with you to share what was found and what was discussed, just to give you some level of comfort, because I heard, not you didn't contact my office, but someone else did. So I followed up on it right away. So I will be more than happy, at least if you could get Mr. Sykes, I can just get WSA to chat with him on the WSA side. And I certainly, James Worthington, who is our director, has gone out there as well. So maybe we can give you an update. So I just want to just assure you that deaf ears has not fallen on your concerns, Mr. Sykes. And I'll be willing to chat with you a little later. Lisa, if you could get his information. And I know him and Vice Chair will have their own separate conversation.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry for my delay. No, duly noted. To Mr. Sykes' point, yeah, we've had probably about 5 people reach out from that community, and we have responded. And your staff, Madam Chair, has looked into everything from the soot to the fence and to everything. And I did push the point of enforcement, right? And we appreciate the comments because they are our eyes. When citizens see things, let us know. But please don't confuse care. I do care. And I get back to you immediately, but motion was done. And look at open records to show that, no, I communicated with several members of your staff, Madam Chair. They all responded. They actually drove out there and looked at it. And so that's internal. And we just need to make sure that we coordinate and synchronize with everybody to get stuff done. But please, we are responsive and we're sensitive. We know that development does happen. We know that there's growth. We all understand property values and we all understand property rights. And so we know that, you know, excuse our construction. I do understand that, just like my citizens on Lee Road. Yeah, there is a temporary disruption, and I do apologize for what that may put you through personally. But please, we do care. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, Madam Chair, that we have already responded, but please, it's your office and you can do it how you want to. I yield, Madam Chair.
Right, thank you so much, Vice Chair. All right, we're going to move on to our next portion of our agenda, which is the approval of the minutes. Board Commissioners, please review the minutes and be prepared to approve or deny accordingly tomorrow. Proclamations, which is tab number 4. Board of Commissioners, we have a proclamation tomorrow proclaiming and celebrating the 10-year anniversary of Beyond the Front Porch, and Cassia Polk will read that proclamation. Move on to tab number 5. We have a public hearing tomorrow, which is Douglas County Comprehensive Plan Kickoff, and we have Allison Duncan here, Board of Commissioners, just to brief us on what this comprehensive plan is all about. Manager Duncan, good morning, and you have the floor.
Hey, good morning. Thank you very much. I will be brief. As you had said, this is just a required public hearing to kick off the comprehensive plan update. As you're aware, we need to update our comprehensive plan every 5 years. This is a requirement of the state of Georgia, and they do require that we have a public hearing in front of our Board of Commissioners at the inception of the planning process. So I will have 6 brief slides to share with you tomorrow that will essentially brief the community in the planning process, identify the opportunities for public participation, and then at the end, we will need to have a brief hearing to obtain public input just at the outset of the plan update so that the community has the opportunity to comment. And once we complete that, we can move forward with all of our comprehensive plan activities, which I will talk about in a little bit more detail tomorrow. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have for me today.
Thank you so much, Manager Duncan. Board of Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. We look forward to the presentation tomorrow. We're going to move on to tab number 6 to consider amending Chapter 5, Animals and Files, Section 5-81, reclaiming impounded animals of the Douglas County Code of Ordinances. Our Director, Frankowski. Vanessa, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners. Good morning. We are proposing an ordinance change to Section 581, the reclaiming of impounded animals. Our fees for this department have not changed in over 20 years. And we're at a point where we do need to go ahead and upgrade these fees to go ahead and adjust for basically the cost of living and the surrounding areas. These fees are not a huge increase. It's a $10 to $15 increase. But these fees are much needed for our department, as well as keeping the community accountable for reclaiming of animals, strays and whatnot. So we are proposing the public hearing to go ahead and discuss this and hopefully get this passed to go ahead and update our fees.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions, Board? All right, thank you. We look forward to this information coming before us tomorrow. Thank you. Next, we have Deputy County Administrator Business. Do you have anything this morning, Deputy County Administrator Perry?
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. No business this morning, Madam Chair. Okay,
thank you. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move right into our business item, which is tab number 7, authorization for Douglas County Sheriff's Office to apply for the FY 2020 EDA, which is Economic Development Administration, Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Program, including CARES Act funding grant in the amount of $10 million for Workforce Development Training Center Project, the Douglas County Reentry and other program initiatives, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Board of Commissioners, about a meeting ago, about 2 weeks ago, we had this come before us, but we needed some more clarification, and the grant is back. So this morning we have Lisa Williams and Matt Gray and from the Sheriff's Office here to enlighten us a little more about this grant. And also we have our own Jill Hobson here as well, who's the manager of our grants oversight. Lisa Williams, are you there? I do see Sheriff Pounds. Sheriff, you're on mute. Sheriff, you're on mute. He's having a conversation. Don't know he's on mute. There you go.
Chairman, can you hear me?
Good morning.
Board, everybody's good this morning, I hope. I'm gonna try to explain this grant just a little bit further in detail. I have Ms. Williams sitting here with me. This grant originally started from an idea I had about a precinct. When I took this office as sheriff, I promised the folks a fair play and the Bell-Off area, more visible patrol cars, quicker time to get to the calls, such as that. And I promised them that we would do better. So I went to the chairman and I talked to her about a precinct, getting money for a precinct. And at that particular time, there was no money available. So we waited another year, went back to her, and there was still no money. So I and Lisa saw this opportunity to apply for this grant, and that's exactly what we've done. But originally started off from a precinct. And then while we was at it, we started this reentry program. So ladies and gentlemen, whether you believe it or not, we are losing our young men and women at a rate that you would not believe here in Douglas County. So while we were gonna do the precinct on the west side, because I got one on the east side, I got one in the middle of the county, but I don't have anything on the west side. And I wanted to get it where I could get to calls much quicker. Deputies didn't have to leave their zone, coming way up here to do anything. Stay there in their zone and get to the calls much more quicker. And that's how I got started. And it's so much involved in it. The kids, I was telling you about, we lose them at such a rate that we want to, if we were going to get this grant, apply for this grant, we might well apply for something to benefit the entire community. We're just going to put an education place up there for us to attend class. My re-entry program, we can train the job training there in this building, because it's just coming to that time that we need to do something for the community as a community. We cannot continue to sit here and see our young men and women in and out this jail, So I just really started trying to do something that would help me keep them out of this jail. And I'm gonna stop here and let y'all ask any questions you want before I get too far out through there.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. Board Commissioners, you have any questions for Sheriff Towns?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Thader, you have the floor.
Good morning, Sheriff. Is it, so this is going to be a combined precinct and the other facility that you want?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
But it will be in that area because that is where the need is.
Exactly, that's what the need is the west side.
And who better knows that than you, who has been in law enforcement all your adult life? So I give you kudos. Sometimes we need to stay in
the attorney's hand, and they should have it to us today.
Everybody, mute the mics if you're not speaking. Sorry about that, Commissioner Thader.
Okay, somebody had to mute them. Anyway, I appreciate your expertise in this field, and I trust you in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheriff Pounds, this is Chairman. I just had a question, not necessarily a question, a comment, and certainly thank you for indicating 2 years ago we didn't have funding, but right now, as me and you've had a conversation, there is $500,000 reserved in ARPA for this precinct that you've been talking about, and I know the grant would really help bolster what your plans are. So I just want to assure you, if the grant does not make it, me and you know that there's $500,000 waiting on you to allow you to make some type of move to address the west side. And I was real excited to share that with you. So I know you're real excited. My question for you, this $10 million for the grant, I believe there's some conversation to make sure that we utilize this funding not only in District 4, but to kind of make sure, also see if there's an opportunity for a youth center or something of that magnitude in maybe another district, maybe on the east side, south side. I'm just coming up, and I believe you shared that your idea for the west side right now is about 3 million, and that 7 million would allow you to be creative and utilize other parts of the county. Can you elaborate on that and just for the board?
Yes, ma'am. It was like we said, if you're on number one would be the west side because that's where it's needed so desperately. And like I said, it'll take but the 7 million. If we did get the $10 million grant, we could spread it anywhere in the county that needs it. If it's the middle of the county or the east side, wherever there's a need, we'll be happy to assist with the remainder of that grant in any part of the county.
Any questions, Lord? Any other?
Madam Chair.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one other note. That area that you're talking about, maybe around the Dog River Library, because we own so much land there. Anyway, it serves District 3 also, because that's the line between District 3 and District 4. And it serves the southern end of the county, which is growing by leaps and bounds now that construction has picked up. So to me, it's something, and I was at the meeting when we went to the town hall meeting down there in Fairplay, and that church was full.
Yes, ma'am, it was.
All the robberies and things like that was going on. But it's good to see something like this going that can serve two districts. Not just one, but it'll serve District 3 because Dorset Shows Road is right there and you're in District 3.
Right.
So just wanted to kind of point that out. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Gator. I'm so in favor of a precinct there, as I've been so in favor of renovating that fire station. So I believe Fair Play understands my conviction as well. I want to see it, and I mentioned it last week. It was just a question that I had just asked the sheriff to just spread his conversation. I have Vice Chair, I believe it asked, and then Commissioner Carpenter, I heard you. So Vice Chair, would you like Commissioner Carpenter to go first? How do you want to do it? I know sometimes you're
Yep, I'll yield to Madam Carpenter.
Okay, Commissioner Carpenter, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Sheriff Pounds.
Good morning, Commissioner.
You know, we always excited about getting grant funds and doing that. And so I did speak to our grant administrator, Ms. Hobson, and I know she's on the line regarding some of that. But have you looked at, or have you all fleshed out what the actual ongoing costs would be to maintain the facilities if you've broken it all down so that we as a Board of Commissioners would know? Because, you know, all we do is appropriate. You tell us what you want or what you need, and then we have to figure out how we can get it. So have you done that for us? And but I love what you're trying to do with the youth, because we see so much in the news about our youth. So you're right on point with that.
Well, I'm gonna let Ms. Lisa explain that part of it, and we have to answer your question that we have, but I'm gonna let her explain that part. Go ahead, Ms. Lisa.
How you doing, Commissioner?
Good morning.
We have that whole layout of how much it will cost yearly. I think we did send Vice Chairman a copy of that budget, and what would cost yearly as far as the programs and everything, and you know, far as salaries and you know whatever. But far as to maintain it yearly, we don't know that yet, because we're just putting this thing together, because I couldn't go any further as to how to come up with the money, because we had to wait to get permission from the commissioners to even apply for the grant. You know, we're just having it together to submit it to the grant writer after we get permission. So we haven't got to that part, but like I said, the Vice Chairman has a copy of the layout of how much it will start per year, you know, but as far as the maintaining it, you know. That's gonna be another question, I guess.
Because the size of it got something to do with, excuse me, but the
Exactly.
size of it got something to do with it too, and we haven't determined that yet either.
All right. Got you. And then, so my last question would be in regards to compliance. And I think this is what I spoke with Ms. Hobson on. Sheriff, do you have a grants administrator over there, or are you working in conjunction with us to kind of help pull this off?
We do have a grant writer, but not working here.
Okay.
But we do have a grant writer. And then I talk to Jill. I always get with her to make sure we're in a, appliance with the county, and see, so.
Okay. All right. These are just questions I had. If you don't mind sharing that information that you share with Vice Chair, probably with all of us, it'll help make the case too. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carpenter. Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Yes, duly noted, and it is acknowledged that I received some information a couple of weeks ago after talking to you, Sheriff, and Chief Connor, and Mr. Gray, and Lisa, because I was in Denver for the National Association of County Officials. And the class I was in dealt with economic development. And I met the person under the undersecretary, who was the chief speaker. And what he talked about was something just like this. There's money out there for these type of programs and initiatives. And I was so like, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. And that's why I called you. This is for my peers, Sheriff. And I got it. He said, duly noted. How to go about getting it, a contact on how to accelerate the grant process. Jill, I'll get with you. His name is Mr. Arturo, and they're very helpful in technical assistance in providing for that. I made that comment just to say, no, I get it. I'm in support of this. I just needed more information. And again, I apologize to my peers, but again, that was just something I asked for. I didn't know this was going to be on the agenda because I do follow up. To the earlier point, I do follow up. That being said, Sheriff, the West Side does need this. No doubt. I mean, well, we got Scorpion units, we got that satellite on the East Side. I get it.
Yes.
You got to advocate, right? I mean, why does it take my sheriff to advocate? But I get it. Again, we do have stuff that's on the line. I mean, the senior center was what really originated out of District 2, but we put it in District 1. It's right across the street because that was a better place. So we work together. I don't want to make this about the lines. It is about the greater good, but I wanted to clarify that. But as it relates to this initiative, and again, right, you've got a physical facility. So it's going to be $7 million, and then you're going to have some soft costs, as Commissioner Mitchell would say. It says, okay, now you're going to have volunteers in there. You're going to have your staff. That means we will have to get our minds around it eventually. So my only question I got here is that as we apply for this grant, is there an expectation, and maybe Jill knows this, is there an expectation regarding a match?
Say what, Kelly?
A match.
Yeah, it is a match. It is a match.
There is a match, okay.
Yes.
How much is the match?
The match is, if it's a 10 million, it's 4 million. 40%.
That's in-kind money.
And so we have a list of in-kind monies we're getting together, but we couldn't get that out until we get permission from the commissioners to even apply, So we've been working on that, but, I said, well, let's not worry about it until we get permission to even apply, So we're working on that.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so guys, $4 million. I'm sure you got $500,000. And to this point, yeah, guys, these things are expensive. Vertical structures are expensive, which is why we use the SPLOST, again, to take care of some of these big things. But we have grants to supplement, great. But they're expensive to build, to maintain. We can't really do these types. We don't have $7 million in our budget to spot every building that comes along. We just can't get there. And so, again, back to the funding mechanism that we do have, which is why I put my emphasis on public safety to ensure you have what you need. So I just wanted to make those comments and stuff. Madam Chair, I am fine with what I hear. I've done my homework regarding this. And so I look forward to the board making this decision tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. I was talking to myself. I didn't realize my mic was muted. Any other questions, board? Okay, Sheriff Bounds, thank you so much, and appreciate what you do as our sheriff to identify areas that need to be addressed in the county as it pertains to public safety, and certainly yield to your expertise. And appreciate you coming in this morning. You said, no, I'm gonna speak. So you're here. So I'm glad that you came in this morning. So thank you. And also, board, just want to make sure that I believe we have it's time sensitive because you have about a month left. Is that correct, Jill Hobson?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
It's time sensitive. Yeah. Okay.
It's due in September, so.
And that'll be here before we know it. Okay. Thank you. Today is August 1st. So thank you, Sheriff.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I appreciate y'all allowing me to come explain it to you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, we're going to move on to tab number 8 forward. Tab number 8 is approval of an MOU for transit study through the Atlanta Region Transit Authority, ATL, to develop a transit master plan, TMP, to assist Douglas County in identifying short, middle, and long-range plans for the future implementation of a Douglas County public transportation system, including future development and capital priorities using FY 2017 5307 funding in the amount of $600,000 with a local match of $150,000 to be funded in next year's 2023 budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Ron Roberts, you have the floor. You can explain this to the board. There you are.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, board and citizens of Douglas County. Apologize for the lengthy agenda item. That's got to be a record, so I saw Tiffany's below mine. Yes, so 3 years in June, 3 years we've had transit in Douglas County, and we have an opportunity now to move forward with a very, very comprehensive, full-on transit plan that actually go out and we can find out what the citizens are going to need, what the future of transit is going to look like, and get a very robust report back of where we would want to go. We are able to take advantage of 5307 2017 funding in the amount of $600,000. There is a local match of $150,000. ATL staff, and I believe Kane Williamson is probably on the line as well. He sat in on us for the transportation subcommittee and asked him to listen in this morning as well. But we would be doing an MOU with ATL for the $150,000 match, which we would then put in our budget under transit for 2023. We would have 264 days upon signature of the MOU to do that change to the budget for next year. I'm going to just give it a pause here and check and see if anybody has any questions, and also just to see if Kane Williamson from ATL is actually on the line as well.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Ron. So let me ask a couple of questions. This will probably help my peers if they choose to weigh in. So, yep, 3 years in, I got it. It's time to reevaluate, in spite of the pandemic, our transit system. So, Mr. Williams, can you explain the process that you guys have embarked upon regarding, we're going through ATL for funding. Is that just for the money, or is that for program oversight?
If he's not on, I can answer that question.
I see him. He's on the line. So if you could just unmute your mic, Mr. Williamson. Your mic is muted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, Kane.
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm sorry. I'm on my phone, and I thought that I had unmuted my phone, but I needed to unmute the computer too. I am ready to get past this age of solely virtual interaction. But Commissioner Robinson, I appreciate your question. So the way we've approached this with other local jurisdictions, we've done similar efforts with Forsyth County and Henry County, and the way that's worked is that we have essentially manage the procurement process and the contracting process with the consultants that would provide the services, and then essentially function in a role of administrator of the funding and technical support as needed by the local government. And that level of support that's needed has varied from local government to local government. And we would be glad to provide whatever level of support Douglas County is interested in as well. What I would say about this particular instance is that we have recently gone through a procurement process and pre-qualified 3 potential firms. And we would look, I think, to use one of those firms and teams of firms, I should say, to provide this service. So all of those consultants are already under contract with us. And what we would do is issue a scope of work to those 3 firms and ask for a little mini competition among those 3 firms based on that scope of work and the budget that's put forward. So they'd send us back a staffing plan, a technical approach, and a budget proposal. And then we would get together with county staff, review those proposals, and end up selecting one of the 3 firms from that list. And then we would enter a task order with them and begin work. And again, we would see the county staff driving the process and us just acting as in a support role to the extent that the county needs us to. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it did. Your last sentence did. That was perfect. And because what I was concerned about is us losing local control on how to manage our initiatives. Just recently, a couple months ago, we went through a similar process to pick program managers on demand, same process. And we modeled the state for the most part, which is, you got this on demand and you get it, you put out, we call it a mini RFP, let them respond. We think that's an appropriate approach, at least here in Douglas County. But I wanted to make sure that I wasn't hearing that the ATO had shifted or became more formal in that way. When y'all started getting into delivery, what you just clarified for me, you're just there for technical support. So control of the project will remain at the local level. Ron Roberts will be there. Whoever this consultant is, we will use it. I want my procurement officer to weigh in because I want to make sure that we're involved in that process in determining what the objectives are going to be. What Henry County may be, or Rockdale may be, or what Forsyth may be a little bit different than us. There's probably some baseline stuff. But I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page as it relates to this MOU as we go forward. I know it's going to be great. I know the work's going to be great. It's just more the approach I'm concerned about.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. I think your concerns, I think, make a lot of sense. If I was in your spot, I'd be asking the exact same questions. We intentionally structure these relationships such that the county gets what it needs out of the process. And I do think you're right. Douglas County is in a bit of a different spot than those other counties are, given that you are operating service and are looking for a tune-up and sort of a rethink of how that service might be structured to better serve the community's needs, for the next 10, 15 years. And that is different from Forsyth, who was basically had some demand response service and not any fixed route service, and will be different from Rockdale, who's in the same position Forsyth was. Henry is also in a bit of a different position than you all. And so we intentionally craft these scopes of work in coordination with the local government staff to be sure that it is responsive to where the county is and what it needs.
Okay. And are you able to share who are the firms that are of record that will be picked? Like who's on this short list?
Absolutely. So the pre-qualified firms we have are VHB with a host of sub-consultants, RS&H with a host of sub-consultants, and Kinley Horn? Kinley Horn is the third, and they have a set of sub-consultants as well.
Okay, got it. Madam Chair, thank you. Madam Chair, is Ms. Amons out there?
Yes, Director Amons, are you here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay.
Director Amons, have you been following this conversation that we've had, and perhaps you heard what I was leading to? What are your thoughts on them driving the the process? How would you engage with this to ensure that it's to the standard that you're setting? Make sure we're on the same page as it relates to procurement.
Yes, I would like to meet and look over not only the procurement and the vetting process, but the requirements, standard terms and conditions that we are requiring of the three vetted. You know, how were they vetted? What were some of the qualifications? In addition, what is their DBE focus for an initiative like this? And then get some just some clarity and make sure we have some things ironed out. I mean, this is a process.
Gotcha. So I'm yes, please be at the table. To my county attorney, if he's on the phone, it's important that, you know, as you hear these comments, these need to be incorporated into the MOU, not to take away the letter of what it is, but again, because we are unique and I can discern the difference. I just want to make sure that Douglas is not lost. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys you got one single view of everything. I appreciate your approach. Got it. Across the board, you have a single view of everything we already planned. I get it, but there just needs to be a little local control as relates to delivery, and I think they can coexist. So I just want to make those comments. I have no objections at this point, Madam Chair. I just want my questions and concerns incorporated. I yield the floor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair, any other questions for
Yes,
Commissioner
ma'am.
Guider? You have the floor, Commissioner Guider.
Is Ron still on the?
Yes,
line?
ma'am.
Okay.
Hey, Commissioner Guyton.
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Miss seeing you.
Yeah.
But anyway, moving on. Haven't we had a study on transit before? I know we have. But and recently there was something that was done about what people thought about it, some kind of survey or something. I can't remember who did that, but are they going to be helping you with the ride share?
They will help to look at our entire transit system and also to outreach to all the citizens, all 147,000. As I've been doing these travel training events the last couple of weeks at the senior centers, we've been collecting surveys from them. This is just some data collection that we would normally do anyways, but I'm sure a study of this magnitude is going to have some serious stakeholders. I've met with Ray Lightford, just a delightful individual, really liked him. And we sat down and made a list of probably 30 different entities in the county that we want to hear from, that rely on or need transportation in some shape, form, or fashion. So this is a very deep dive into transit that has not been done before.
Okay, I'd like to help set up some meetings. You know, we have the large complex out there on Connors Road, and we don't have a senior center out here, so we have to use other people's facilities. We can do something at the Dog River Library, incorporate the Fair Play area and everything. But call on me, and I'll help set it up. We had a ball the other day with the fire department in the down there with the chairman. We had a big turnout. It was just really fun. But I can help get the word out, is what I'm saying. And I can send it out in my newsletter. But if you will get with me as soon as possible and give me some days and times and everything, I'll try to get the word out as far as community meetings go, because we want to incorporate the entire county, not just where the buses run now. So, but I just wondered about ride share. Is that still on tap to be re-implemented by the end of the year?
The van pool.
The van pool. Okay.
Yeah, we are actually in discussion with Enterprise about them taking over the van pools themselves. They have the software and the technology to do so. We are getting trickle-in interest of people that are still interested in van pooling, but you have to have 5 to make a van pool. We haven't had that much interest. The COVID has changed so much of how we work and how we commute. a lot of these van pools were the highest, like back in the day when we had 83 different van pools. They were going to, CDC, Norfolk Southern. These were, those are our biggest areas of employment, perimeter center. But we're not seeing connectivity enough, even among the citizens, to really get the van pool program started again. So my concern is with all the van pools sitting there and the FTA triennial coming up in September, I wanted to go ahead and have some discussions or put some plans together that indicate to FTA that our intent, what we plan to do. If we can't use the vans, if we can't build new van pools, then we need to seriously think about, what we're going to do with all those vans and their next disposition.
Well, I know that when we had the van pool, they were very popular, very popular. Of course, the pandemic has scared everybody to death and people live in the fear now. So I just wondered if that was going to be part of this study. And I do know that you wanted to address that. You and I had talked about this, about getting transportation to elderly people or people that are homebound, and otherwise they don't drive anymore and things like that. So those are the people really got to reach out to, because we are having a growing, our population in that category is growing. So all right, I just wondered about the van pools and if you were going, if I could help you set up a couple of meetings in my area. I could even get my church. So let me know. Okay.
I will. Thank you so much for that. And we will absolutely be reaching out to all the commissioners once we get through. If this is approved, we move forward with it, then yes, I would really want y'all to put some stakeholders and we'll be reaching out. It's going to be a very, very, Douglas County is going to be very blessed in the sense we got two major planning initiatives running concurrently. So with the land use and the transit component both kind of coming online together, it's going to be a real benefit, I think.
Okay. All right. I know you're doing a good job. You always do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Director Roberts, I don't know if you were here during this time, but back in 2015, we did do a transportation study. For the full need of the county. And it came back with a list of recommendations, and that's how we got into our fixed route as being the #1 initiative. But we also recognized during that time that transportation is totally different than transit. And sometimes citizens really confuse them. Those are two different service delivery functions. That's why you have a transportation SPLOS and a transit SPLOS. They're totally separate. The need for them to fund those things are expensive. And so at the time, transportation was the bigger initiative, as the board stated, and that was our #1 priority. We recognized that we'd get back to transit, which this is where we are. And yes, we're big on studies here. Get the intelligence, get the data, right? Get these guys out here, the technical managers. Here's the question then. So to this point, yes, you're going to go out there. And yeah, we did do this thing, Ron. You were at that senior meeting that we talked to them. But how long is this process going to be? That's the first question.
We've been talking with ATL staff when they came out. We figured it to be a 12 to 16 month process.
12 to 16 months. Okay, so 2024, January?
No, I think late 2023.
I'm not boxing you. All right, so that's the first question. And so the other thing, that $150,000 or $100,000, I heard something about 2023. What are you saying, that we don't have to put the money up today, that we can wait and put into our next year's budget? Is that accurate?
Yes, Vice Chair, that is accurate.
All right, that's that question. No, I think we'll learn a lot out of this. We do engage the public quite often, but for different reasons. I think they do enjoy it. So yeah, make your nets pretty broad as you go out here and talk to the community. My last question is maybe back to our guess is that when you deal with funding, in other words, one of the things that's always important to us is that's why you're coming up with the plans when we need to put stuff, will there be a funding component to this? Like how much? Will you quantify each of the things that you recommend?
Yes, sir. We definitely will. All of the transit plans that we've supported come with a funding component that helps the county think through how it might want to fund and finance any sort of expansion or enhancement of the existing transit system. And I appreciated the way you started this conversation with the distinction between transit and transportation. That they are different, significantly different, which is part of the reason that we do have a focus on funding and financing in these transit plans.
Appreciate you. Thank you. I'm good. Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much. Was there any other questions for it? Okay, thank you so much, Ron Roberts, our Director of Transit. We're going to move on to tab number 9. Board of Commissioners authorize, tab number 9 states, authorize the chairman to execute an employment contract with Roshonda Watkins as legal staff assistant in the Public Defender's Office for a position to be funded through ARPA funds, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. How you doing this morning? Our Public Defender Director, Monica Miles, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. How are you doing?
Doing well.
Perfect. So this is a request for an employment contract, and just to remind the board, on April 4th and 5th, the board approved our office to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Georgia Public Defender Council to receive ARPA funds to be used to help us resolve any serious violent felonies that we have in our office. But they weren't as generous with our office as some of the other departments in the county have been. So we were given $83,000, and that's to last us for 3 years. So the best we could do was to hire a legal staff assistant. We finally found an applicant. We've hired her, Rashada Watkins. And so there'll be no impact on the budget because this is all fully funded through the ARPA grant. And hopefully this will be able to cover at least a year and a half. But this contract is just until the end of December 2022. And so we were just asking for that employment contract to be approved.
Thank you. Any questions, board, for our Chief Public Defender? Okay, thank you. If there are no questions, we're going to move on. Thank you. Sure. We're going to move on to tab number 10, board authorization to enter into an MOU with Vision 21 Concepts, Inc. for the Douglas County Rental, Mortgage, and Utilities Assistance Program in the amount of $390,000. Midway Resource Center for Food and Community Resource Assistance in the amount of $50,000. And the Pantry for Food and Community Resource Assistance in the amount of $50,000. And the Share House for Youth Assistance for Community Stability in the amount of $10,000 to be funded from ARPA funding, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Our assistant county administrator will bring forth this information, and she will brief us forward on what this request is all about. Tiffany Stewart-Stanley, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, Deputy County Administrator Fred Perry. So I'm here today to present to the Board of Commissioners a proposal to continue the Board of Commissioners' commitment to community stability, especially during the pandemic and COVID-19 epidemic that has been ravaging through our community. And we're looking forward to presenting this information to you. So I will start, I have my presentation up, hopefully you can see it. Okay. So as we know, Douglas County's allocation of ARPA funding was roughly around $28,425,412. The funds that we received will be used to cover the cost that started on March 3rd, 2021 through December 31st, 2024. That's our covered period. We did receive the first half of funding in July of 2021, and we recently, in the past 2 weeks,
received our second half of funding on July 15th of 2022. I just want to do a quick reminder of the ARPA framework that the board voted on. As you can see, we did have the 8 funding categories, and one of those funding categories was community stability. And you'll see here also how our priorities for our strategic plan, how they interconnect with our ARPA framework. The Board of Commissioners allocated about 11% of our funding to community stability in order to continue their commitment to making sure that our community has everything that they need to be a successful and sustainable community through COVID. So as of today, the Douglas County Board of Commissioners has allocated $529,666 in community stability funding. And all of that funding was allocated for our mortgage, rental, and utilities assistance program, which allowed over 783 Douglas County households to be served with mortgage, rental, and utilities assistance throughout the pandemic. What we are proposing today is a $500,000 proposal of the remaining $1 million that have been allocated for community stability. The first proposal is for the Douglas County Mortgage, Rent, and Utilities Assistance Program. We're proposing $350,000 to be allocated for our citizens to continue the process for those who need to apply for mortgage, rent, and utilities assistance. Now, we know that we did 2 rounds of funding in 2021, and that funding was, the program was completed by Vision 21 Concepts, Inc. We're proposing to allow Vision 21 Concepts, Inc. to do this program as well, and their fee to do the program would be $40,000, which is roughly around 11% of the amount that's being allocated for the program. And so that funding will be used, like I said, for mortgage, rent, and utilities assistance. As we know, there's been a great demand for this funding. We've received several calls here in the intergovernmental division. We get calls every day, emails from citizens asking when there'll be more funding available. So we're trying to make sure to get that information and that funding to the citizens. Our next proposal is to also expand our community stability program to include funding for food and community resource assistance. Especially now with the rising prices of gas and food, there's been a great demand in our community for assistance in these areas. This money will be allocated to ensure not only that our families remain in their homes, but they'll also have the sustainable resources that they need for food assistance to also make it through the pandemic. And so we have one proposal from Midway Resource Center. Midway Resource Center is a center in our community, and they have been providing food assistance for, I know, at least the past 4 years. The information they provided shows that they average giving out about 13,000 pounds of food a month. And what they want to do is expand their assistance to help those who are in need in underserved communities. They want to use the funding to purchase things like to help get food truck, a freezer, just things to make a long-lasting impact in our community. And the information they provided showed that they served about 700 households per month. So that helps to get more resources into our community as far as food. And we do have someone from Midway Resource Center if there are any questions after the presentation. My next proposal recommendation is to the pantry. The pantry received a $35,000 grant from the Atlanta Food Bank, and their goal is to purchase a refrigerated truck. The cost of the truck is about $93,000, so they're requesting $58,000, but the funding proposal has $50,000 for the truck. This truck will allow them to collect 520,000 pounds of free nutritious produce, meat, and canned goods annually. And so over the next 10 years, that is an impact of Douglas County of 5,200,000 pounds of food. So these would be long-term investments, one-time investments into our community. And so they're requesting the funding to get the food truck. And my last funding proposal is from Share House. They submitted a request As we know, there are domestic violence shelters here in Douglas County, and they're seeing an increase in issues with youth who are not only being negatively affected by domestic violence, but also by the pandemic. Their request is for funding, and it had a unique component to it, not only for youth and family support, but it's for a technology program for their youth that will help with behavioral health issues. It also provides some workforce and technology training because it will teach them hands-on experiences working with music production programs. So these youth will learn how to do production techniques, use instruments, microphone, and also digital audio workstations. So these would be skills that these youth who are affected by domestic violence, but also by the pandemic would have in order to gain some skills, but also help with youth intervention strategies in our community. So like I said, the total proposal is $500,000. That would leave a remaining $500,000 in ARPA funding to be allocated at a later date, pending Board of Commissioners approval. And so with that allocation, if approved by the Board of Commissioners, this would be a total community stability allocation of $1,029,666. And we would be doing this under the negative economic impact ARPA provision. And this provision states that counties may use recovery funds to respond to a broad range of public health and negative economic impacts of the pandemic for households, communities, business, nonprofits, and the public sector. And you'll see here, NACO released a report showing the top investment categories for counties. It was their ARPA impact report. And we'll see in the top 5, community assistance with $1.15 billion is one of the things that we see a lot of counties investing in their communities, making sure that their communities have everything that they need during COVID, along with other things like fiscal health recovery, infrastructure, COVID response, and then of course, government employee wages and hiring. So how does this fit in with Douglas County? We always like to bring everything back to our strategic plan, Douglas Forward 2025. And one of our goals is that Douglas County is a place where citizens can attain the highest level of health and well-being within a healthy, sustainable environment. So this proposal would help to aid in our goal of committing to this objective. And so at this time, I don't have any questions. There are representatives from each proposal organization on the call if the commissioners have any questions, and I will yield back for questions at this time.
Thank you so much, Assistant County Administrator. Board of Commissioners, do we have any questions regarding?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Commissioner McCarthy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ADA Stuart Stanley. You worked so hard on this, and I know you get bombarded with emails because I send them to you when they come to me. So there is still a need during this time, and I see that it's growing due to inflation and the cost of everything around us. So I commend this board for putting community stability funds aside from the ARPA. My question is to Vision 21. Is someone on here from Vision 21?
Yes, there is. I believe I saw Pastor Ford earlier and Ms. Faye Lattimore, who is the executive director. Pastor Ford, I see you.
Hi, Pastor Ford. How are you this morning?
Good morning, board, Madam Chair, Stephanie Stanley, to all the commissioners. Good morning, good morning.
It's great to see you again. Can you talk to us a little bit about what your organization did and anything else that you want to add, especially in regards to how administering this really opened your eyes to the community's needs and how you plan to distribute this again?
Well, again, I want to say thank you to the board for allowing us this opportunity to serve the citizens of Douglas County. It has truly emboldened us and our voice in the community of doing something that we've been doing now for 22 years. So it's something that we've been doing and we will continue to do, but this is surely sent a fact message to our community that we care through the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. This too, one thing I found out in ministry, they'll remember a bag of groceries before they remember your sermon. And that speaks louder. Love is not what you say many times, it's what you do. And you are doing something, and I expressed this to you, Commissioner Carlton, we had our individual meeting, how much impact this has made being on the, boots to the street, so to speak, type ministry. We're dealing with these people 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, through our shelters, through our outreaches, through our food programs. And so when you're going in and now helping and aiding and assisting in the time we're in right now, where it's almost, for lack of a word, despair, people are needing the help with mortgage. I express this more than anything, mortgages, people losing their homes at record rates. Then you're talking about now also with the utilities in the program that we, by this being round 3, we've had the opportunity to sharpen our and hone our skills. So we're more strategic in meeting those needs, and the turnaround rate is getting better and better. And when we're getting the funding to the individuals. So I applaud the Board of Commissioners on this plan. We thank you again for Vision 21 for allowing us to serve you. And it's my privilege and my honor as being a servant to this community to say that. So thank you so much, Madam Chair, and all of your support teams that have been, especially Mrs. Tiffany Stewart-Stanley. I got to get that whole name. That's like the whole name. It's Tiffany Stewart-Stanley, because she's been all of that to us. And we thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor Ford. And so your program, just for those who are watching, they can actually do this online. So for those who are in need, they can go onto the website, they can do this online. And usually what's the turnaround time after all documentation has been received for funding?
Well, when all documentation is received, yes, you can go online and apply. And we've seen in the first 2 rounds, especially when we put the notice out that it's available, the citizens have responded quickly and in abundance. So thank Rick for what he's doing at Douglas County Happenings, because he's really getting that information out to the citizens. But when we get that turnaround, and once they give us the information, it's fairly quick on our turnaround and responding within those two weeks to 30 days. You should have a completed file. It's the challenge in the beginning was, and one of the barriers was getting the information. But once the information is into our system, we push for a fast turnaround on getting them the funds and getting to the landlords, and that's the key to it. Those, especially with mortgage assistance, that the landlords respond, quickly to this, because we want them to get that funding, because I know the situation they're in, because they're not receiving rent at the rate they would have, bar being the COVID-19 pandemic. So we've been getting a quick 2-week turnaround at the least with these clients that we're receiving, if not quicker.
All right.
Once the information is received, that caveat, once all information is received.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for what you do. I know there was a long waiting list of funds because you ran out of funds. And so when we talked, you said, there's so much need, we can't meet all the need, but we can do as much as we can as a community, because we know we don't want to displace families. And a lot of these families do have, elderly parents living with them, and, young kids living with them. And we know when you displace a family, that hurts them economically, that helps them in terms of their job stability. So I give kudos to this Board of Commissioners for thinking outside the box. And I thank you for stepping up to help us distribute this to the community. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carthy.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Pastor Ford? Commissioner Guida, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hey, Dr. Ford, good to see you again. We have a little connection with Celebrate Recovery, don't we?
Yes, thank you so much.
You were very complimentary of our help with your launching your Celebrate Recovery, but
we couldn't do without you. Thank you so much.
But you're the chaplain of the jail.
Yes, ma'am.
I used to come and speak, by the way. I've never gotten an invitation from you, but Gary McManus used me quite often, okay?
I haven't gotten out on the food chain ladder yet, so one day I can do that.
Okay. But anyway, you're busy with the jail, and I know you have your homeless shelter. Is it just for the men?
No, we have the men's shelter and the women's shelter.
Okay, and then you got to celebrate recovery.
Yes.
I did not know you were Vision 21 concepts, okay. But what I was, and you know, the Bible teaches us there's a difference in a hand up and a hand out. And I was just wondering, with some of these programs, do you vet the true need? Because I've seen an email come through on a $300,000 home. So I don't know the circumstances of that family, but that was kind of a little shock. I'm thinking of lower income help, but do you vet? Is there a cap on their income or the price of their home, or is there any vetting? And the public wants to know this. They want to know.
Based on the MOU and the terms that are set forth by the Board of Commissioners, which we meter those demands coming in. Basically, those who have identified themselves as in need, the main vet is the need based on this in this particular situation. So it's unique in that regard. It's not like a low income based type program. It's based on need, and these were definitely communicated to us from the Board of Commissioners because y'all have the greater insight on the needs of the community, and that was the best practice for this particular area of funding. So we basically do based on those who come in and present and meet those criteria that's already set forth on the website and doing the program.
It's on your website. Is it your website or the county's website?
Well, we put application, but I believe it's introduced, and Madam Chair, you can help me on this, on the county's website. Basically, I believe it's introduced and where they need to go, and then we make it available on our program and give all the criteria on that website.
Yeah. Okay.
Tiffany, weigh in.
Commissioner Gall, if I may, and there's a host of documentation that has to be provided for this program in order for someone to qualify. They have to show proof of income, proof of residence, and then also proof of extenuating circumstances. They also have to show the actual bills, showing that the bills are due. So we definitely have a vetting process to make sure that we are giving these funds to people who actually need it. We don't have any requirements as far as the amount, like, you know, the amount of the house or the amount of the rent or mortgage. It's just Vision 21 takes the information that we've given them and they make an assessment to determine whether or not that person is eligible. I will say there is a requirement in here or that we make sure that our seniors are priority for this program. So that is a requirement that the seniors are priority, but they have, you know, in the past, I feel like they've done a good job of making those assessments and giving the funding to the citizens who are truly in need of it.
Okay, and it says utilities, and I know Alatoona helps with utilities for people. Is this an overlap or?
Well, I guess, in a sense, we're just providing more to the community in utilities. I will say that the bulk of this funding will be going towards the mortgage and rent. So of the 350, I think right now it's about 320 that'll be going towards mortgage and rent. But
go ahead. I was going to say, and when you say rent, you're saying the landlords too, because there was a stay put on them. They could not, you know, evict someone from their rental property.
Right.
But in the meantime, they may have had a mortgage they were having to pay.
Right. And I will say,
I've heard from some renters like that.
Yes, that's correct. And then also, we do want to state that this funding goes directly to the landlord or the mortgage company. We don't give the funding directly to the citizens. So we do make sure that the funding gets to the landlord, the mortgage company, and the utilities. We pay directly to the utilities.
Could you please provide a link that I could put in my newsletter to send out? Because the word needs to get out to the people that really need it too. And another thing that I was wondering why Vision 21 was going to be paying the pantry, because the pantry is an entity all by themselves, and they serve the community every Saturday morning. They're down there behind Kentucky Fried. Well, it's not Kentucky Fried Chicken anymore. It's something else. But anyway, Casey, is that what it is?
Yeah,
it's right behind there, and they're there till noon every Saturday, and they get a lot of their food from the food bank in Atlanta, and our church does that. And a lot of our churches around our community, Bright Star Methodist Church has a pantry. We have a pantry at Ephesus Baptist Church every month, and so there's a lot of food places, but I know that the pantry, I've talked with Mr. Frank Smith, who runs the pantry, and the care place. Wondered why the care place wasn't on here, since it was health was the #1 item. And I think I see him on the phone. He needs to put in a bid for some money for the care place, because that serves just the Douglas County people too.
Yes.
But
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I was just going to respond. So the money will be going directly to the pantry, and it will be going directly to Midway Resource Center and Share House. Vision 21 will just be getting the money to do the program for the rent and mortgage and utilities. So all four will be sub-recipients. And also, I had a conversation with Mr. Frank Smith. And so we talked about where the need was the greatest right now. We talked about the care place, and we talked about the pantry. And he's on, and I'll let him speak to that. But he felt like the need for the refrigerated truck was the greater need right now during this funding cycle. And we do have, like I said, an additional $500,000 that will be allocated. We're just trying to allocate it over, different periods of times, because we can see, due to economic adjustments and different things, when we did our adjustment last year, food insecurity wasn't as high of a priority as it is today. So we're trying to make sure to make these allocations for the time that we're in, so we can spread it out and make sure that we cover all the needs during the different periods of the pandemic. But Mr. Smith, if you would like to speak, I will yield to you.
Well, thank you so much for allowing me to spend some time with you all today. The pantry has been around since 2001, and I've seen the need go up and down throughout the years, but it's never exacerbated as much as it has since COVID and since the downturn of the economy. Every week, it seems like our numbers increase 25%. That is daunting when you think about all the food that we give out. Right now, we're giving out about 35 pounds of food per family unit. That goes up depending upon how many people are in the family unit. But this truck will help us increase our box or bag poundage from 35 pounds to 100 pounds of food per week, which will feed a family of 4 basically for a week. And we're giving out canned goods. We're giving out produce, fresh vegetables, fresh fruits. We're giving out meat, fresh and frozen and canned. And it brings tears to my eyes when I see these people that come through every week, and they have tears in their eyes and saying, listen, today it was either a choice of paying a utility bill or going to the grocery store. And because you guys are here, we can pay our utility bill. So I'm so grateful for the Board of Commissioners considering us for this $50,000 grant. This is a game changer for us. I mean, it will allow us to go around to 9 stores in Douglas County that currently would throw food away, and we will pick it up free of charge and distribute it free of charge to all those that are in need in the Douglas County area. That's about 520,000 pounds of food that we pick up, not counting the amount of food that we're buying from the Atlanta Community Food Bank with EFSP money that we can only use for food. And that equals about another 520,000. So every year we're going to be distributing about 1 million pounds of food into Douglas County and help people create margin in their life so that they have space to pay utilities, mortgage, a medical bill, any other kind of expense that they might have. So thank you so much for considering us.
And I've seen Judge McLean picking up that food at Publix, the bread and things like that.
Absolutely. And you've probably seen our truck that's on its last legs. That's why we're buying a new one. This truck is on its last legs, ladies and gentlemen. And without a new truck, that 520,000 pounds of food could go by the wayside. So we're so grateful that you're going to help us get that truck.
Thrilled to do it too. But I just wanted to clarify, I didn't know about the utilities when Alatoona does it, and now we're going to do that. And the way this read, it looked like Vision 21 Concepts is going to be dispersing the money to Frank and to Share House. So I just wondered why we had to have a middleman do that. But anyway, with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Dagger. Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, this is an excellent initiative. Again, since I came here in 1990, the population has grown 70,000. It's doubled. And I appreciate Commissioner Carthen when she wrote the legislation for the original CARES Act during the Trump administration for how we would appropriate. Public health was like, what, $1.4 million, and business stability and community stability and technology. And here we are, we're re-upping because we had success. The key thing here is to acknowledge, though, that the need was always great. And one thing is that, from my perspective, that was important was to have it needed to diversify who's getting funded. And I appreciate Share House and Pantry. Got y'all. Got your back. But they're always tapped out. They tap out. But the need is still great. It's okay to have redundancy. It's okay to have multiple distribution points. You have different access points and who comes to who. You only got so much money. But one thing that I really believed in this last term, and something I have to say, is that we had to do better in civic engagement. In other words, we shouldn't have to do work in the Board of Commissioners proper, but there are people out there that have nonprofits like, well, get in the game. Let's go. You guys do service delivery just like we do, but you serve people in a very unique way. So I'm glad I'm watching this mature, watching how we do this. Appreciate the clarity of the questions everybody's asking regarding administration. But here's my question, Madam ACA. Reporting, do these four firms understand the expectations? And is it in that MOU? They must give us that mid-year report, and they must do an end-of-year financial accounting. Yes or no? Do they understand this?
Yes, we have discussed with them that they would be sub-recipients of ARPA funding and would be held to the same standards that we are as far as reporting this information back to the federal government. And so they will be working very closely with Jill Hobson to make sure that we get this information so we can get with our grant consultants, Landmark, and everybody and get this information to the federal government in a timely manner. But it's in the MOU, but we will also have one-on-one meetings with each organization so that they can understand the magnitude of making sure that the reporting is done correctly and the information is provided in a timely manner.
Got it. That's all I needed. That's my only condition. Thank you, Madam ACA. Madam Chair, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ford.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay,
just
so
one comment.
You have the
Yes,
floor.
thank you. Just one comment. I just want to say to those, Pastor Ford and all of those who are just so committed to just helping the community and that sincerity that, Pastor Ford, you started this. I just remember back in my city council days as Mayor Pro Tem, and I just remember that you stepped fast and you stayed the course and done an excellent job at helping those that are in need and just looking out for those that are just need that handout, just a handout and just help, just a little helping hand. So listen to you guys and all you guys who've been a part of this, and Tiffany, thank you for just at least, kind of orchestrating this whole layout, ARPA fund dollars to help with this community need. So thank you again, guys. And I with my colleagues, I just say thank you and just continue what you guys are doing and continue that, because there's just that small need that's out there that's needed. And for those that need it, they got a place to go and they got a resource. And just thank you guys for just what you guys are doing now. And I'll leave it there. So thank you again. And I yield, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. All right, well, thank you, Tiffany Stewart's family and Dr. Ford and Pastor Smith and everyone that's on the on here today to discuss the need for our citizens as we continue to advocate and support community stability. So thank you. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to our next item, which is tab number 11. Tab number 11 is to authorize the chairman to execute an employee contract with Trabria Cobb as District 3 Commissioner, Legislative Aid, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Legal Department. Do we have the Legal Department on here? Attorney Coleman. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, Madam Chair.
Okay, there we go. If you just brief the board on this request.
I think this request emanated from, it did not emanate from our department. We simply reviewed the contract. Okay. And so I think it would probably be more appropriate for it to be discussed by the department from which it emanated. Let me confirm this.
All right, I'm so sorry.
Madam Chair,
Madam Deputy County Administrator, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, good morning, and good morning to the Board of Commissioners and to the Assistant County Administrator, Stuart Stanley. And the Assistant County Administrator, you can weigh in as well. Madam Chair, it's just the typical normal contract process that we go through. Did a draft contract for this promotion to occur.
Yeah, everybody, please mute your mics. Okay, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. I did a draft contract for this promotion to occur and forwarded that to for legal review. I believe I don't think that I've received it back yet, if I'm not mistaken. And once I do, I should have that for you, Madam Chair, for the Board of Commissioners to review before voting session on tomorrow. Just a simple change from Tiffany's area external affairs to the legislative aid for District 3.
Yes.
And we have reviewed the contract. I think you should have comments back. They're very minor. It's very straightforward and it's consistent with the form that we previously used.
Okay.
And I would just like to speak on Trabria Cobb. As we know, she served for 4 years as the Douglas County External Affairs Coordinator. She started out as Douglas County as a Douglas County intern. She was actually Commissioner Mitchell's intern. And she expressed an interest in working in external affairs. And now she's moving on, being promoted. And I'm so proud of her. She has truly dedicated her time to making sure that external affairs and public engagement has been at the forefront for Douglas County citizens. She has been a driving force behind the Youth Commission, Citizens Academy, and just everything dealing with Keep Douglas County Beautiful. So, you know, I'm sad to see her go, but I just want to say that she has been an exemplary employee, and I'm just happy to see that she's staying with the county, but moving on into a promoted position where she can be, you know, effective. And I know she's going to do a great job for District 3 and all of Douglas County as she's continued to do so. And I just want to make sure that she knows that we're very proud of her and excited for her.
Thank you so much, Assistant County Administrator. I saw your camera come on. Commissioner Carpenter, did you have something to add? Or?
Well, I just wanted to thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say, I know Christy's not watching. She's probably in class right now, but Christy Walker has been an exemplary legislative aide. She's been with me since we implemented the program, and she has just done an amazing job. And I just want to tell her congratulations on being accepted into law school. Congratulations on all that you are accomplishing, you know, and I think everybody there has had a hand in that. And I just want to say thank you to Christy for stepping up to serve. And now I hope this board will approve the contract for Tabria Cobb. I have watched Tabria for the last 4 years. I got a chance to meet her at Keep Douglas County Beautiful event, and I've just always admired her loyalty, her tenacity. Whatever you ask, she does, and she does it well. And she's been trained by the best. If we could have Tiffany Stewart Stanleys all over this county, I think this county would be better. So she's come through great hands, and she's been trained very well. And I think I'm very blessed to be able to bring Tabria Cobb over to District 3. So welcome, Tabria. And thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to say goodbye to Christy, but hello, hopefully, to Tabria. And with that, I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Carpenter. I see our Human Resources Director, Mrs. Carter. Tisha Carter, you had your camera. Did you have something to add? I know this is your area, particularly with the contract portion.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I was just basically going to elaborate that this is just a replacement contract. And so this is just a replacement to the person who was initially the legislative aide to promote Tabria. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. HR Director. All right, Board of Commissioners, any other discussion? If not, we're going to move on to tab number 12, which is our last tab for the day. Tab number 12 is authorization to accept Medicare's increase in upper management limit, UPL, for patient transport, and authorization to accept supplemental pay of $87,202.13, and to release the state share of $23,500.97 to the Department of Community Health, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Fire Chief Joe Beck, you have the floor. And good morning.
Good morning. I'd like to say, Madam Chair, Honorable Board of Commissioners, Deputy County Administrator Frederick Perry, Assistant County Administrator Tiffany Stewart Stanley, and to our superior staff, thank you for your leadership, your vision, and also holding us accountable. I'd like to say, just tell the citizens, thank you for allowing us to serve you. I bring good news this morning. It's an opportunity for us to offset some of our costs due to inflation, as well as our rising response calls. And this year that's coming in is just where Medicaid and Medicare have upped the limits on payments for the ground ambulance service providers. And we're asking for authorization to accept the funds, total of $87,202.13, which $23,597 will be a check out to be written out and released to the state in terms of our intergovernmental share. So this is an opportunity for us to continue to enhance the quality of life for our stakeholders, and we just ask that the board allow us to make that happen.
Thank you so much, Fire Chief Joe Beck. Any questions for Fire Chief?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Commissioner Guider.
I'm talkative today.
Oh, that's okay.
Chief, I'm on the fire and EMS. We didn't discuss this, and so this is kind of a surprise to me too. But why don't the federal government's giving us the money, then we have to give some of the money to the state? That doesn't sound right.
Yes, the Georgia Department of Community Health, they have like a intergovernmental share that's required in order for funds to be released to us from federal. Also, this is kind of like a issue that came up out of nowhere, so it's on our agenda to talk about tomorrow. But this is opportunity. It's time constraint. But I share that with you. But it's just part of the state doing business, I guess, to make sure they can provide the things they need to do for us federal. But I'm just so happy for us to get that $63,701. Our oxygen costs have gone up, as well as our cardiac costs for our supplies, consumables. So we're looking forward to hopefully receiving that extra money to come in and help us out.
Now, is this the retroactive funds that they owed us, that maybe something was passed earlier this year, and they're just now letting us know about it.
Actually, they're doing 2020 data survey that was completed for ground ambulance providers, and they're moving backwards, but moving forward as well as providing funding. So we're trying to take advantage of it. We had until today to submit a form. We submitted that form, and then we have until the 9th to submit that intergovernmental payment, which is $23,597. So hopefully we'll get that done within the time frame, and so we can get those extra funding coming in.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Any other comments or questions for Chief Ford? Okay, thank you, Chief. All right, Board of Commissioners, certainly tab number 12 was the last tab today. Just would like to engage our county attorney to see if there is a need for executive session. Attorney, do we need?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, before we go to executive session, can we have commissioner comments? It's on the agenda.
Yes, we can, because yes, you're right. It's before. Excuse me. Okay.
I don't mean to cut you off.
No problem. My eyes missed that one. Commissioner Guider, certainly, if you want to start with the commissioner comments, you have the floor.
Yes. Well, I'm just concerned about. I do not hear back from Miguel and them about the status of the millings and everything. A lot of dirt roads in my county were promised some millings, and they're contacting me. When are you going to do it? When are you going to do it? I don't know, because I'm not kept apprised. When I see Miguel, I always ask him, but I don't know what the ongoing, the things that we're doing to see if we can get these millings ground up so we can use them. So my allocation for all of that is just going to be standing there, probably given to somebody else. So I want to know about the millings.
I see we have Director Coward that just clicked his camera. If you could respond, Director.
Absolutely, ma'am. So Commissioner Guider, hey, the answer's been given on a couple of different occasions that there is no one available to grind the millings. The company that we used initially is out of business. The other surrounding companies, that's part of the problem. It's a specialty. There's not a whole lot of folks doing it. And we had one firm out of Florida that showed interest, but after they got all the details and what it was going to actually cost, what they were going to make, they decided it wasn't in their interest at this time. So right now we have no one. What we have is a small amount of millings that is grinded. They're located off Chicago Avenue. We have 2 large stockpiles, which you're speaking of, but the amount that is grinded is able to go down, but we're looking at a mile, maybe 2 miles total. And then, we have a huge stockpile, but the only thing that's good about that is it's not going to go bad. Hopefully, that somebody, another business, it'll start picking up and it'll give us more options. But right now, we have gone everywhere, trying to shake every tree to get anybody to volunteer to want to do this, and we can't find them. I know it's not here. I apologize.
And I apologize. I always get who does what with the roads mixed up.
Fine. No problem.
But we have talked about it, and you did tell me that. However, I suggested looking into calcium chloride this year to supplement not being able to put the millings down. Where do you stand on that?
So my answer to that was it is only good until the first rain, and then it is washed away. So it's not an effect that it's really not going to do anything for us. I think it would be, just don't think it's a viable option at this point anymore. It's still expensive to get it to go down, and then it's not going to last. So I can't in good faith, suggest that at all for any road.
Well, we used it for several years, Heath, and the main thing, it cuts the dust down in the washboarding.
It does. It does until that first good rain, and then it's gone, basically. It does make a significant difference leading up to the point, but after the one torrential rain, that effect is not going to be there anymore. But I'll look back into it and contact you before the end of the week with exactly what I found about it this week.
Well, I know we had some funds in my budget for that. So if they're not going to anything like that, they should go to paving.
Yes, ma'am.
District 4.
Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Okay, but keep me apprised of it because I'm getting many emails and phone calls about this. I'm even having, I had a complaint this morning that even some of the millings that was laid, I think last year or the year before, is causing a lot of dust problems on their houses.
Okay.
I'll be calling you about that too.
Okay.
But, roads are very important to the people in my district.
I agree 100%. I was in your district for a long time.
I know it. You were my neighbor.
And so, yes, I will run down any leads you have and hopefully find a.
Did you call the state? Because I did give you a state contact that said they might could help with the milling.
Yes, and they couldn't.
They couldn't?
No, ma'am, they couldn't. I did call. I promise you, there's been no stone left unturned that I'm aware of, and I'll go re-engage it again.
All right. Well, thank you. I'll get with you about the roads that need some maintenance because of not being able to put some millings down. And so we'll get together. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you're back.
All right. Any other commissioner comments?
Madam Chair?
Vice Chairman Robinson.
Sure, why not? To that point, I just want to piggyback on the conversation regarding transportation. The topic of millings have come up during our transportation committee, especially since Heath and Ron Roberts have both been added to the committee, to my peers' point. So it's me, Madam Chair, Deputy Administrator and Assistant County Administrator, Miguel and Ron. So we've got a more expansive group now to match the service delivery organization that was created by this board, where you've got, transportation is separate from public works, which is separate from transit. But it's okay, we can work with that team. But to that point, Heath Howard, Director, to that point, to the broader need for this year's resurfacing. Can you tell us the date when the contractors will be officially on the ground here in Douglas County?
Yes, sir. Okay, here we go. Yes, sir. September 1.
All right, September 1. So to my peers and to the full public, this year's element, which we, as you know, will be our last one using SPOS dollars, because we pulled everything forward from next year to this year. And I just want to drop home that point that this is it. And I do appreciate roads. You guys know I'm big on roads, and obviously the 3 subdivisions in District 2 are going to get repaved, resurfaced, because that was important. That was a priority. And I just want to acknowledge you for doing a good job. And I know you're getting your mind around this thing, but just keep going, man. Stay on those contractors, man. Make sure they put down good work, because we definitely paying a premium for it. So thank you, Heath, on that. I'm good on that. The second thing I want to bring up was a prior question, and we were talking about communication, talking about the nonprofits that we're considering for tomorrow. And I heard comments talking to seniors and talking to various people. I'm going to drive home one more time.
that are emails in this county is 15,000 people with what's happening. There's 101,000 adults. 150,000. That means you barely penetrate 10%. And so I got to challenge the administration, guys. We're in a bubble. Posting one time and like guys, y'all, we're not reaching people. Right? So there is a frustration out there in the community, like, well, what resources are available? Yeah, if I know you, you're my friend, you go to church with me, that group knows it. But what about everybody else? They're not plugged in like that. They have their own garden. They have their own space in this society. And yet, I mean, with the 15,000, I think West had it, we're probably about 11,000. We've grown what? 3,000, 4,000? Right? We're not, the only time we really communicated, Madam Chair, to your credit with the pandemic, that we communicate to all the households. And so sometimes, like, yeah, people are frustrated that they have no clue. They don't have to follow us. Sometimes you have to push stuff, not pull. Tell them. Get out there for statistics where they need to come to me, go on my website. Man, people don't got time for that. Most people are at work right now. But there are needs out there. But I want to challenge the administration on this communication, because we say one thing, but our execution doesn't sometimes line up. But we don't accomplish the objective that we want to. Okay, I want to keep needing the same information, the same old friend, same old constant contact with us, same old people. Right? But there's so many people that are in this big solar system that we're not even reaching. The point is, but we can. We just got to put forth the effort and show that we care to the right point. So I just want to make that comment, Madam Chair. I won't belabor it. Since we're talking about comments, I yield. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Carthen?
Just one thing, Madam Chair, and I don't know if she is still on here, Vanessa Frenchenkowski from the Animal Services Division and the entire Animal Services Department of Douglas County. Just want to say thank you for Saturday.
You need your mic muted, Director Howard. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Just wanted to say thank you. On Saturday, we serviced, I believe it was almost 150 animals, dogs and cats. People were just absolutely so appreciative of the services. Everyone was just on a Saturday morning at 8 o'clock to see so many smiles. There were no dog bites. There were no cat bites. Nobody broke down on Saturday. It was absolutely amazing. And the type of service, the quality of service of our Animal Services Department, I don't think people understand the amazing job that they do and the safety that is involved in doing the job that they do. So I just want to give them kudos. I just want to say thank you. And to the citizens, you have a top-notch Animal Services Department in Douglas County. So I just didn't want that just didn't want the opportunity to slip away for me to acknowledge them. And kudos to Bria and to Christy for getting the word out. To see that many cars and that many people needing the service in Douglas County on a Saturday morning did my heart well. And it lets us know, I think the theme of today is care. So it just, lets the county know, the community know that the Board of Commissioners, we listen and we care. We care about you as a total person, not just about, the taxes. It's about the total person. It's not just about, millage rates and those types of things. We're all one Douglas. We're all one community. And so wherever we can help, wherever we can provide a need, I think this is what this Board of Commissioners does. We care on all fronts. So thank you again to the Animal Services Division and all the volunteers and Pet Love for coming to the rescue and helping us out on Saturday morning. With that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your comments, Commissioner Carthen. All right. Any other comments before I touch bases with our attorney to see if we need to go into executive session? Attorney Coleman, do we need to go into executive session?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. We've been requested to go into executive session with respect to personnel matter and their updates on a couple of litigation matters.
Okay. All right. Citizens of Douglas County, the Board of Commissioners, we will be engaging in our executive session, and certainly I don't have a timetable to tell you when we will return, but we will return as soon as our executive session ends. Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. In a discussion, board, we have a motion and a second. When I call your district, please respond accordingly. District 1,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 3,
Yes.
District 4.
Yes.
Chairman, yes, we have a 5 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to go into executive session. All right, clerk, you drive for me, Lisa Watson. Our clerk will provide instructions to the board, and then we will start our executive session. Lisa.
You are back live. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Sierra, and thank you to the citizens of Douglas County for your patience while myself and the Board of Commissioners engaged in executive session. Board of Commissioners, do you have any comments or remarks before we close out today? Okay, I'll just close out by saying that to our citizens, if you still just remain cognizant of the pandemic, again, we have the BA.5, which is a subvariant of the Omicron variant, which is part of the COVID-19 virus. So I ask that you continue to be very cognizant of the 3 W's. Wash your hands repeatedly throughout the day. Wear your mask in confined and tight spaces. And then also, I'll take the vaccine. I want to say that as well. And I said, wash your hands, wear your mask. And there's one more. Well, there's one more. Help me, commissioners. And watch your social distancing as we go forth. Would like to say that last week I had a town hall meeting, and it was on the COVID-19 update, and also we had an update on monkeypox. So I would encourage our citizens to go out. That video is still out there on Facebook. It was filmed Facebook Live, to just follow up and just look at the results of the meeting with regard to, again, COVID-19 and monkeypox was a surprise. We added that information as well for our citizens. If there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned, and we will have a legislative meeting tomorrow, Board of Commissioners, and to the citizens of Douglas County at 10 a.m. And this meeting is in person, and also it will still be available online. Again, thank you for your time today, Board of Commissioners, and I'll see you tomorrow. And this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.